Shall we play a game?
Morning, Earthlings. As always, I do wonder, did this work? I think so. I think it is working. I think it's okay. We'll be fine, surely. I think the stream's alive. Yeah, I think so. Okay, good. All right, we're going to be playing with the GP60M, and I'm going to run the Kaiser Hauler first. It's running down the steep track of Cajon Pass, so we'll see how we go. You know, I'm pretty sure I have actually done the trading modules, so piss off. I'm pretty sure I did them so that I could record my own. But anyway, that's fine. All good. We will be using, better get it ready too. We will be using the TCX today. What are we doing for setting up? Genfield's already on. That's one of the things that's wrong with this thing. Although I suppose in some ways it's probably right, because if you were just taking over as though you were picking it up, it probably would actually be on. This is a unique thing for these. Brake set up to lead and cut in, which is also unique for those. Let's put the independent brake on. Let's take the train brake off and let that start charging, because it does take a little while. Let's turn on banking comm and put her into forwards. Oh, I've got throttle on. Well, that's unique. And now I've got dynamic brake on as well. Okay. Oh, that's not good. I hadn't noticed that before. Okay, let me just change my profile on... let me just pause the game because it's going to get very confused. Let me just change my profile on the Cobra software. Yes, I'd better. Not throttle and brake. I want throttle and dynamic. Okay, start callback. Hopefully that works better. So that should be... Okay, that's all the throttle. No, that's still not working. Hello, Amy. Hello, the Penguin for President, Michael Newbury, Andy Ladd. Excuse me while I get my TSCX thing to pull its head out of its arse. But it's actually the Cobra software that's doing something stupid, not the TSCX thing for a change. And this was all working fine, and suddenly it's not. Streamer's life. Streamer's life. So if I go into the full settings, I know you can't see. Actually, let me show you what I'm doing, actually, because I think I can. Show you. All right, there we go. This is what I'm actually messing around with. And I want to key maps, button maps, lever map. I edit the lever map. So we should have... That looks... Throttle and brake. Throttle and dynamic brake. So it's using my lever map and choosing my button map. Why isn't it working then? Throttle and brake, throttle. Why isn't dynamic brake set up? But it was clearly doing it. Weird. Because that should be the Sim Workshop X. I would have thought. Yes. Yes. And reverse it. Because that should have been throttle and dynamic brake. Side controller axis. No. Reverse it. Yes. All right, let's try that. Start. All right, that gives me all the throttle. Do I get all the dynamic brake at the other end? No, so they're not mapped over the top of each other. There's something wrong with that still. What's going on today? Stop callback. It's interesting it doesn't like being mapped that way. Open. Don't want key maps. Try to remember where it keeps this shit now. Settings. Oh, why is it running the old one? Oh, hang on. Maybe that's what's giving it the shits. It should be running that one, no? No, I've got 3 of them marked old. Okay, good, yeah, perfect. That worked good, yeah. I'm clearly clever. Rail driver, throttle and dynamic, or throttle and dynamic, that one. TSCX, throttle and dynamic. That's the one we want. Open. Okay. Start callback. Let's see what that does. All right, throttle half of it works. But the dynamic half is not going to work because it's only happening in the last little bit, which suggests to me we need to do some calibration. Okay. Oh, I think something's gone sad here. Stop callback. Settings, calibrate joysticks. That one. We want to do that. Do we do advanced? Yeah, preferred device sim workshop. I think something in this software has changed recently. Can't I do a calibration? Why not? I want to. All right. That's about right. So if that's about right, then why isn't it working? Let us go to options, settings, and start callback on this. Controls, advanced controls, rail drivery thing. It doesn't know it's there. Move reverser to the full. Oh, God, yeah. That's not going to be working, is it? Because reverse is a switch on this one. So. Right. Let's just accept that, eh? Because that's not the reverser. That's the throttle. Or is that the throttle? Let me look at my rail driver. Yeah, reverser is first on a rail driver. Okay. So we won't have reverser because we don't have one. That's fine. All right, let's calibrate it. Let's just go, yeah, whatever for the reverser. Now, throttle, move it to the full throttle position. So it's got that. Yeah, it is going through the whole thing. Okay, accept that. Put it back to where the notch would be on a rail driver, which would be about center. Accept that. Put it all the way to the top. Accept that. Bring it back to about where the notch would be on a rail driver and accept that. Right, now that should be fine. Now, brakes. And take it back a little bit, about there. And the emergency position. How am I going to bail off? This thing doesn't have bail off. Whatever. I'm probably going to regret that. And I can't do these switches because they don't exist. So we'll just accept them. All right, let's see what that does. Bet you it doesn't work. Sorry. Why are we in the map all of a sudden? Nah, we still got stuff all. You know what's really annoying is this was completely working. Brakes still work, don't they? Yeah, brakes still work. Yeah. Yeah. Brakes still work fine. But my throttling is not working, which is a bit sad. We've been in this one before. Should work fine. If I manually move that, can I do this now? So it's only using half the range for the throttle. This is what the problem is. Has it had an update? No, it hasn't. No, it's still shit. I didn't say that. I'm going to... No, I'm not going to do a new one. I'm going to edit this. It's got nothing aside now. What the? But it has, clearly. Clearly, it actually reckons it's got nothing assigned. Right. Good. Let's load a lever map, shall we? TCX throttle and dynamic. And now it shows nothing. Nothing at all. And if I do start callback, now it's not working at all. Yep, so now it's got nothing assigned. Perfect. Good. This is going well. Hang on. Let's drop that. We've got a train. Let's just get out of there again. We're going to restart this scenario when we get this going. Hello, Benjamin. Hello, Clawlord. I'm having a fight with my software. Don't mind me. I'm going to go back to the plain one. Key maps. Default settings. Throttle and dynamic. Let's try that one, which is the rail driver one. And it's still not actually loading anything in. That's not right. That's not right. Something's gone wrong with this software. Let's kill it. I love the Cobra software, but man, when it shits itself, does it ever shit itself? What do you mean it's updated? It doesn't update it. Piss off. You're just confused, aren't you? I wonder if it's running the wrong one. Surely not. That's the right version. And now it has managed to load stuff. Okay. Let's try it. Won't work, but let's try it. All right. Start off. Yeah. Brakes are still fine. Brakes are still fine. Good. And that's not going to work because they're still overlapping. See, the problem is the throttle lever should be only active in half the quadrant, one for the throttle, one for the dynamic brake, and that's not what it's doing because it's doing stupid shit. Fine. This has worked perfectly for months and months and months and months. It's just really annoying. It probably means I have to mess around with the ranges. So if I do 0.5, 1, and 0, 0.5. Let's see what that does. Yes. Start callback. Okay. No, it's still only using half of it. It's better. Oh, this is rubbish. What is going on today? What is going on today? Why doesn't this work today? Oh, this is annoying. Oh, hang on. That should be reversed as well. All right, let's try that. Yes. Start. Okay, that's dynamic 8. Coming back to setup, coming back to off, but we've still got half a throttle on. So throttle's still using the full range despite being told to bugger off. This is giving me the shits. Clawsword, watch videos of this. There's no timetable for San Bernardino. Correct. What makes you think there should be something for San Bernardino? There is not. Let's kill that. Maybe I'll just end the stream. That'd be easier. That'd be so much easier. Let me load up throttle and brake. And it is still loading it up from the old version too, which is weird. It's not loading it up from the current version. Let's go TCX throttle and brake and not do dynamics. See, they're supposed to be, oh, you can't see what I'm looking at in the setups. Well, let's try and load that one. Let's just see what that says. Edit range. So now it's got nothing again. It's like the software's forgotten how to do shit. It really is. No, it's not hill start problems. It's my TSCX controller and the Cobra software have decided to shit themselves today. It's really annoying. Let's go single lever. None of this stuff should even matter because I always use the generic one. Throttle and dynamic would be what I'm using. And for whatever reason, it's not loading in the settings properly. Throttle and brake. It's still not. It's still shit. Something bad's happened. Something bad's happened. I guess we'll be using the Xbox controller then. Or I'll just give up. Go have some whiskey. Cook some sausages. Sounds like a good plan to me. Sounds like a good plan to me. See, it keeps saving it back in the old one. And that's not not the version we're running. At least I don't think it is. Let me check. Maybe it is the version we're running. Properties. That is the version we're running. What the? How is that possible? How is that possible? Why is it so? I'm kind of thinking I might have to install this again. Something bad. Oh, I bet you it's tried to update itself because it always shits itself after that happens. Where's... Why can't I view the lever map? Show lever assignment. All right, so it's loaded up a concept of what it wants to do. And if we choose throttle and dynamic here and start, now that I've run it from the right folder, what'll happen? So it's still doing the throttle halfway through the range. And then flicking over to dynamic brakes full on. That's just shit. That's just complete shit. And it's not this train, just saying, because I've had this working all week. It's annoying. Why is it so annoying today? Stop callback. Let's just do throttle only and we'll do the dynamics by ourselves. Throttle full range. Let's try that. Start callback. And that won't go below 3. That's interesting. And it's still doing the dynamics. Oh, actually. Let me try something. Can't go to timetable. I am wondering if these high iron people have done something stupid. If they've copied what one of the other ones did. Which I doubt, because I've had this working. Hello, Joseph. How is everybody anyway? Let me just jump into another loco. ST70, for example. Doesn't matter which one we start. Because if it works on this, then the high-end people have done something stupid. If it doesn't work on this, if it's still consistent, then there's something's gone wrong with TSCX. Zilla Gaming, how is the new content, he says. There's a lot wrong with it, but there's also a lot right with it. Let's just try this. Come on. Reverse it forwards. All right. No, it's still not right in this one either. So it's NQR, so it's not the train. Good. The high-end people have done the right thing because there is one of the third parties that likes to do their own controlling for the rail driver, and they screwed it up monumentally. I'd tell you which one, but then I'd have to shoot you. So we'll see. What I might have to do is just forego the use of the controller, but I don't want to do that. I want to get this working for some funny reason. For some funny reason, I want to get this happening. So stop callback on that. So it is the default lever settings that it's picked up. Let me kill that one. And I'm going to run the one that I usually run, which is apparently in old. See, this program has been updated. No, it can't update itself. It's not allowed to. And there's no newer version anyway, I don't think. Check. It's still... Let's have a look in the guy's Dropbox. Is it still 2015? Yeah, it's the same version, so it doesn't update it anything. Okay. Why is it so? So if I just say I only want throttle full range and start, what's it going to do? Hey, we're in a different train. What the? How do we get in a different train? Now it doesn't work at all. Assuming the throttle moves. Yeah, the throttle moves. But it doesn't move with this thing. Because it hasn't loaded a lever map. That's why. Because it's loaded TSCX throttle and brake. Let's just load lever settings.xml. And start. What does that do? Nothing. This is not good. So that's still working. Alright, that's still working. But now the throttle doesn't work at all. Software, I don't like you. Make sure we can leave this off. Leave this going. So what's it doing on the... Alright, so it's not actually working in... It's not working in this software now. That's interesting, isn't it? Throttle and brake. Start. No, the lever's not actually working in the game anymore. It's not working in this software. Throttle full range. Start. No, it's just shagged. Ignore that it says Xbox, by the way. It doesn't care. You don't have to set that. So why doesn't this work anymore? And why now? Fine. Let's just delete the axis. Yes. Edit the range. Let's get rid of 0,1. 0,1. Yep. Throttle full range. Start. No, nothing. What I should be seeing is I should be seeing these change. In fact, I'm not even seeing a throttle thing here. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Throttle and brake. Start. Nothing. What's going on? Delete. Yes. Sim Workshop X. Good. Reverse it. Say it's fine. Yes. Start. Working. Not working. What is going on? Don't tell me I've broken this software so badly I have to reboot. That wouldn't surprise me. It's not the best written software in the world. Oh, look. It's working. Okay. Is it doing it properly, though? All right. Let's just assume it is, and let's get on with it. All right. Let's go back to the scenario that we actually want to run, which I thought I picked, but I didn't. Right. It'll work this time. False start. False start. Hello, Daniel Robert Jowett. How are you? Watching a World Cup, Clawzord. Who's winning? It's not Australia, but that's okay. We don't need it to win it. We're in it to be there. Right, let's go back to this one. Barstow bound? No, Kaiser Hauler. That's the one, because we're going to go down... We're going to go down the hard track. That's the one. That's the one we want. Let's see if it works this time. Joseph's doing a batch cook for the week ahead. Tam Walker says, press F10 for Jules. Well, have we got Jules enabled in this stream now? I was wondering when that was going to happen. All right. Is it working? Nah, it's not. That means these guys have done what those fuckwits at ATS did. They've copied ATS. Never mind. I shall report that. We've just gone through a whole lot of nonsense for nothing. Because they've actually got it set up wrong. Idiots. Release that. Put that one on full. And right. We'll just let that, because we're charging our brake pipe. We can't go anywhere for a little while anyway. Let's have a look at the train. So we have got... Which one's this? H2? This is an H2, I think. No, it's the other one. It's the H4, because it's got the side stand. And we've got another one of the beasties. Which one's this one? That's the same. That's an H4. Sorry for the jiggling on the mouse. It's a bit harsh. That's another H4. Do we not have an H2 in this one? No, they're all H4. Okay. And it looks like we have a train of steel. And some box cars and some miscellaneous hoppers and some tank cars. This is one of the things they've got right. They do make a magnificent consist. They make really nice consists. Are we really, seriously, taking this down that hill, down the steep track with only 4 locomotives? Because this looks like a 100-car train. Oh, this isn't going to go well. This isn't going to go well at all. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. What if we've pumped up yet? We pumped up? The rear's at 80. I'd rather the rear was at 90. Much rather the rear was at 90. But that's fine. Let's just pretend it's alright. Shall we? Let's go. Don't need banking com because we just don't. 4's a little aggressive. Let's go 3. I don't want to view the screen, thank you. We'll just let that sit. She'll move. Eventually. At some point. Andy says, might as well just sound off the runaway alarm now. Yes, probably. It's going backwards, isn't it? Are you really going backwards? You are really going backwards. More power! Are we actually making any effort? No, we're not. Oh, you know why? Because Bonehead didn't put it in forwards. Oh, now the dynamic brake's gone off. Go away. You know what? They've really fucked this. That's worse than I thought it was. I'm going to use the Xbox controller. And we'll see if we get away with that. And hope it doesn't randomly read the TSCX at some point and go... She'll be right, mate. No. Not at all. See, what they've basically done, and ATS did the same thing, they've made their own rail driver stuff instead of using the one from the game. I will have to report that. Which is weird, because it's been working before, but anyway. I think like the ATS one, it only does stupid things when you're in a scenario and works fine when you're in a service. Because they're watching the controller. Sigh. Sigh. Off we go anyway, heading for Summit. Hopefully we will have pumped up to 90 by the time we get there, because we're going to need the rear end brakes. It's going to be kind of important, I suspect, because we're going down the steep one. It'll be fine. Now, there are quite a lot of things right with this DLC, but there's also quite a lot of things wrong with it. I went through the list in my intro. So the emergency brake reset procedure is simply wrong. The alerter only sounds in the cab, so if you turn it on and you're outside the cab, you'll lose it. The cabs aren't set up correctly. Any lead cabs in trailing units should be set up as lead, and they're not. Brake cocks along the entire train are nearly always closed. The end of train device is usually missing, and if it is there, the cock is closed. The dynamics are very powerful, but they unpredictably just let go. The dynamics stay on when the loco brakes is applied, but that actually isn't a mistake. Might be on this one, actually. But on the other one, on the older one, it's allowed to run dynamics and brakes at the same time. I'm not sure if this one actually is. This one hasn't got the plaque that says it is, so who knows? Because one of them's set up for steep downhill descents and one's not. The bell doesn't animate. The alert is weird, even if you do acknowledge it. The rate of pump up on the brake pike is just complete bollocks. And you can get stuck in the gangways. You can get pushed up onto the roof when you walk out the door. And you can also end up standing on the handrail. And if you trip both the front and rear emergency stop, then the train stops in about 5 meters, no matter how big it is. This one doesn't do it, I don't think, but in the H2 one, if you leave the train and come back, the throttle in this thing says idle, even if it's in run 8 or whatever. Let us depower now, because we'll just roll, because we also want to get the dynamics into setup. Boop. Just give that time to soak the juices and do what it needs to do. So I'm going to have to control that using the mouse, because it's just going to go poorly if I try and use the TSCX today, because they've done some dumb things. Isn't that a pretty sight? The sun appearing over the mountain there. That's quite nice. And all this is just okay. No. No. Actually, the sun's disappearing over the mountain, I think. What time is it? Oh, it's 17:07. Okay, we're going to finish this in the dark, aren't we? Great. But anyway, it's fine. It's all good. Not a problem. No dramas at all. We'll get down the bottom of the hill up the right way. Sure. No. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I can't really tell you the conversations that happened with DTG over this release, because it's covered by my NDA as an ambassador. But what I will tell you is two things. I asked the question, how did it get out like this? Let's go for 3. And why is it that a lot of this stuff seems to have only gotten to the ambassadors to test it? What happened? I suspect I know the answers. Come on, Dynamics, cut in. Do your job. We're going to be a runaway before we even get into the steep part. That's better. No. No, we're still accelerating. All right, let's go full 8. All right, now it's decelerating, finally. Good. What I'm looking at for the accelerate, decelerate, you can just see it up here. And now it's a negative number, so we are decelerating. That makes me happy. Because that's what we need. We need that to be near 0, but not quite 0. And certainly not going above 0 like it is. Because we're not even on the steep part yet. And most of the train's not even on the gradient yet. This is just going to run away. Yeah. This is definitely just going to run away. But anyway, it's fine. It's fine. We're all good. So what are you cooking up, Joseph Bland? You're doing your batch cook. What do you have to look forward to for the week? Blastpop says at least you have lights you can see with at night. Can't say the same about Brit lighting. Yeah, look, and I think DTG overuse the old-time lighting excuse. So in trains before probably about the early 90s, it was actually quite true that Brit trains had shit headlights because their purpose was so that you could see the train coming in the dark. They weren't for lighting up the way. And in honesty, if you're driving at night time, headlights can actually be a detriment because you get this hugely bright area and this hugely dull area, and we're running away. All right, let's put some auto brakes on. Not that they're automatic in any sense or form. We're running away already. That's amazing. You know, I didn't think it was going to make it, but that's fine. That's fine. Nothing can go wrong, right? I don't know why there's a whistle board there, but there is. It does look pretty, at least. We'll give them that. It looks nice. But, in the mid-90s, that stopped being true, and the train started to get real headlights. And rather than actually fix it so that the modern trains have good headlights, they've always gone, oh, well, you know, British trains only have a candle on the front. And drivers drive with their testicles, not with their eyes. And it's like, well, yeah, in the past that was true, but it's not anymore. So, you know, stop being feeble. So I don't like it when they come up with that excuse. It just annoys me. Very much. Andy says the testing team is probably spending all their time on 7. Yeah, but this DLC's been around for a while, dude. My guess would be remembering, and this is probably one thing I can tell you about beta, because when I used to be in it, what DLCs you test is entirely up to you. And what I suspect is maybe no one cared about this one. So maybe no one actually adopted it in beta, because it's up to you what you adopt and what you try and test. And I remember when I was in it, I used to test American stuff because there were a lot of people testing English stuff. So my efforts didn't make that much difference because there were lots of people doing it. This is cray-cray. We're running away again. And I've had to put those brakes on before the rear has charged up So if you're wondering what I'm looking at, I've dropped our brake pipe from 90 to 80, and the rear still on 78. So what's happened now, we've got a gradient through the train of our train brakes, which means the brakes in the rear have not applied because they can't, because they had not pumped up yet. So they would have released because they got to near 80, but now they won't have applied and done anything. Matt gets mad at me for saying things like that, but you know. I had things like that. This is a little one. This is the Little Westinghouse book. Still full of nice, juicy information. And the text's so small you can't read it. It's not made for all people, that's for sure. But it's not just my experience with Westinghouse brakes, because when I work trains, oops, I'm getting a loose stuff everywhere now, because I just unhinged myself. But when I run trains, I do use Westinghouse brakes, because I do drive on a heritage railway. I'm a fireman, but I get to drive. But I also have a lot of backup material, an original Westinghouse manual from the time frame. Detailed ones for particular Westinghouse handles, detailed ones for particular different set of Westinghouse handles. I have much reference material to back up what I say about Westinghouse brakes. It's not just my own experiences. Let me put these back. This stuff's going to go everywhere. All right, we seem to have calmed down now. So our speed is starting to reduce using the minimum brake application. Now, running down here in the stream the other day, Matt did this too. He actually ran down almost the whole hill with the minimum brake set on. And that will work for a couple of miles until the brake blocks get so hot that the surface of them goes molten. And then they just slide. So you don't get much of a melty action happening, but you get a little bit. And today it's not as bad as it used to be because they use a composite material. It's not just cast iron brake blocks anymore. It's cast iron and other stuff. So it's not as bad as it used to be, but you still couldn't run down the entirety of Cajon Pass with your brakes on because they'll melt. And only the very surface layer melts. It's only a few molecules that actually go molten. The whole brake block doesn't, because it doesn't get hot enough. But that surface layer is enough because it goes from having friction to having no friction at all. And then it just goes whee, down the hill. So, yeah, okay, this works, but it's wrong. Yeah. Joseph is cooking chicken, mushrooms, spring onions, peppers, chili and lime with various herbs. Mix it up with noodles or rice. You're not eating the same meal every night. I'm coming to your house, Joseph. That sounds nice. I think that sounds quite tasty. Sounds better than eating dirt in Cajon Pass, that's for sure. A lot better. Like, dirt's here, and this is what you're having is way up there somewhere. Zilla Gaming says, I don't understand why they make a new game every year instead of making one that works. It's very simple, Zilla Gaming. Because they bring out a new version each year, it gets treated by Steam and YouTube and everybody else as a new game, so it gets all the hype. Whereas if you just release an upgrade, it gets no hype whatsoever. And people will see you playing this game that started in 2018 and they'll go, why are you playing such an old game? Whereas if they see you on YouTube playing Train Sim World 6, it came out last year, so it's only a year old. So it's all about marketing. That's why they do it, Zilla Gaming. There's no other reason whatsoever. They don't need to do it. I think there is recognition that it's not so good for us. Look at this, even with the brakes on, it's starting to accelerate. Excellent. Love it. It'll be fine. Perfect. Joseph is making Michael hungry. Andy says they should change that then so routes and DLC are allocated rather than letting people choose which ones they want to do. Well, that doesn't really work with volunteers. You have to let volunteers pick and choose or they'll just leave. They won't do things with you anymore. Andy Ladd says, how did your day go at Puff? Hope you weren't stuck shoveling all shift. I did get to drive for the last part of the trip from Menzies Creek back to Belgrave. But it was a much bigger shift than was expected, and I was physically knackered for 2 days. Uh-oh, this signal's not green. Uh-oh, that's not good. I might have to stop somewhere. All right then. Right. Let's go and get a preview. I need to know. I needs to know. Mind you, I don't think the next signal's for a really long time. I think the next signal's like at bottom of the hill at Barstow. Or San Bernardino, whatever it is. San Bernardino, isn't it? Bastow's at the other end. Anyway, it'll be fine. We'll worry about it when we get there. Hello, Kartarasha. But it was a very big shift. So instead of going light engine to Gembrook, we had to haul the shuttle train up to Lakeside. And we went on the front, which means we did all the work. And then we ran light engine up to Gembrook. Got the train from Gembrook back to Lakeside, back to Gembrook, back to Lakeside. Gembrook, Lakeside, Gembrook, Lakeside, Gembrook, Lakeside, back to Belgrave. It was a big shift. Massive shift. Scylla says, I understand that part, but I think by the time they get on UE5 and just stay there to market new routes and trains, that works well. But there's no guarantee they're going to UE5. My personal feel is they have to. My other personal feel is they may already be working on it, but that's not coming from a position of information. I just want to be clear about that. I am not leaking something or revealing something. It's just what I think. I don't know. I hope they are, because building this game or a similar game for UE5 would be several years of work. And I would hope that's what they were doing. I think Zilla, from a player's perspective, having a version that just upgrades each year, that's what we want. But they've got this pattern, and they've done it with Train Sim Classic for a very long time, and they know that it brings in a lot more sales than upgrading. So they're not going to just upgrade, they're going to release a new game each year. It is just what they're going to do. Ian says, I hope all is well. You appear to be having fun with difficulties. I've having some fun with my TSCX controller and the Cobra software in this Loco, and I think it's for two reasons. For some reason, the Cobra software has decided today's the day that it needs to shit itself. And the other reason is these guys, I think, have potentially copied what ATS did, and they're monitoring the actual rail driver, not using the control interface that's built into the game that they're supposed to use. And it's getting confused because I'm not running an actual rail driver. And what I might have to do is plug in an actual rail driver and calibrate the game. And as it so happens, unlike most people who own a TSCX, here's one I prepared earlier, so I actually do have I have a rail driver. It's just not plugged in. So I may have to plug that in and calibrate and get it all working again. Either that or try and find my rail driver config files from TSW5 and copy them over, because that was the last time I used the real rail driver, and they're exactly the same in TSW6, so they probably just work. Might do that. It'd be easier than plugging it in. And yes, fun with difficulties, Ian. We've had a rough start, but it's okay. We're going there now. We are mostly maintaining our speed now, so. But that's because we're off the steepest part of the grade. As we roll down the hill towards San Bernardino. I forgot, I've got a cup of tea. I think I just missed a whistle board too. Never mind. We'll just pretend I didn't. It's fine. Hey Pete, Gary says, do you think they'll ever use Unreal Engine 5? We were just talking about that, Gary, a few moments ago. My thinking is that they probably already are. At least I hope they are. It won't be this game, though. So if you think about it in terms, we had Train Sim Classic and it ran on its own engine. That was Train Simulator 1, or Railworks is its other name. When they came over to this game, they called it Train Simulator 2. And they built it in a new engine, which was Unreal 4. I think when they go to Unreal Engine 5, and I think they definitely will, it's just a matter of time of when, it will be called Train Simulator 3, and it will not be this game. It will be a new game. Which means the DLC will probably, like we did with TSC, the DLC will get marooned with whatever version of Train Sim World was running at the time, in the same way that's happened with TSC. But in the same way that some DLC from TSC have actually made their way into Train Sim World through remaking it, that will happen too. So the favourite stuff, the stuff that sells the best, will probably find its way into what I'm calling Train Simulator 3. Those signals even face me? I don't think they do they? They face away, I think. I'm pretty sure they face the other way. But anyway, it's nice and pretty. We don't have the window open, do we? We're not taking advantage of the lovely desert air. Ah, that's better. I can feel the relieving breeze already. Andy says, sounds like one hell of a shift. Oh, it was. I was knackered. The Garrett's got a coal bunker that I personally reckon holds probably about 5 or 6 tons of coal, and we used half of it. Normally we don't use anywhere near that much on a puff trip. So that was a lot of shoveling. I mean, I managed it. I got through the shift okay, but it's not an old bloke shift, it's a young bloke shift. Because, you know, a young bloke wouldn't come out of that and be physically buggered for the next 2 days. We're slowing down way too much now. We'll have to release the brakes. This is where the train runs away, you watch. It'll be fine. Zilla says, I think if they don't got UE5 on TSW7, a lot of people won't buy it. It's not possible, Zilla. It will be 2, 3, 4 years work to build the game in UE5. So it definitely, I absolutely 100% guarantee you that it will not be UE5 in Train Sim World 7. Absolutely 100% guarantee that. It's not possible. Andy says, from what I've seen from discussions online, DTG acknowledged they've hit the constraints of UE4. Yeah, very much. But basically by being forced to. But in my other video where I talked about running train and TSW, I said some things that were wrong, and I said some things that were provocatively wrong. And Matt responded. It's kind of what I wanted. So, yes. They do need to move to 5. They understand that. Matt understands that completely. I don't know that they'd move to 6. 6 actually isn't out. 5.8 is out. 6, I think, is a couple of years away. Gary says, do you think TSW7's coming? I will say this based on what's happened every year. Yes. So we had 6 last year, 5 the year before, 4 the year before that. Yes. There will be a 7 this year. Pete says, thanks again for all your help last week. No, absolutely no problem at all, mate. Absolutely don't mind helping with things like that. And glad it worked out, because there's always the risk that when you're helping someone from afar, that it doesn't work. It's a funny little graphic thing that was drawing there. That's all right. Blast Pop says you seem to be holding all right now. I think it's starting to speed up again now, because we were in a 1.9 for a while. We're back on 2.1. Looks like it's going faster. And judging by the coupler, there's a bit of bonking around going on too. Ian says, I think DTG should sort the game issues out before releasing 7. I reckon the majority of people will still buy a defunct game just because it's labelled new and numbered 7. Exactly, that's why they do it, Ian. Now in... What are we doing? 21 mile an hour, and we are accelerating. So, have the brakes charged? No, but we can put them on anyway. It's fine. We'll pretend it's okay. Yeah, I've passed the worst bit, Michael. They are doing a lot of work in fixing bugs right now. And I can't give you any details because, but there are more bug fix releases coming prior to the summer announcement. So there's more on the way. The version I'm running now actually has a newer patch than you've got. I think it's slowing down too much again. It is. We're going to be juggling the brakes now. Either that or we just go down the hill on the independent. The Penguin Present says coming up to midnight and you're going to bed. Well, sleep well, mate. Sleep well. Blast Pop says, as the sun comes up each year, there is a new version of TSW. Yeah, I don't expect that will change. Because it works for them. Why would they change it? They recognise that it does piss off some existing players, but the reality is it doesn't piss us off enough that we go away. So there's a few each year that disappear, but there's more that buy into the game each year because of that marketing ploy, if you like. So the behaviour is unlikely to change. It's like a puppy. If you don't train your puppy not to piss on the floor, it will piss on the floor when it's a dog. So the only way to train them is to not buy it. And for everybody to not buy it. That would be the only way to train them. And that isn't going to happen. There's some more large units coming up. One thing I do like about High Iron is their consists. They do make nice consists. I just wish there was a little more detail correct on their locomotives. I can't stay out of the cab for too long because there is a signal coming. And I have the aspects turned off in the track monitor to force me to look at them from the train. Ooh, proper DPUs. You don't see them much in Train Sim World. Tonight we'll be doing something completely different in the stream that's in about 9 hours from now, roughly. 8.5 hours from now. Some of you, the older people on the channel, might remember a thing called Train Simulation Kyoto, I think it was called. This one is Hakone. It came out recently, so we'll be playing it. And we have a green on the signal, so we're fine. And we're sort of accelerating, sort of holding at the moment, so we'll just sit on that. Blast Pop says, from my perspective, they have a grace period for a free upgrade with each new version, so it's a glorified patch with a couple of new features, so I have good with that. Yeah, the fact that the version comes out for free for existing players for a month or so is a good thing. And I will, when the time comes, I will give people the advice I've given each year that we've had the free option. So this would be, assuming it's free this year, this would be the 3rd year it's had a free period, is whether you want to play it or not, put the free one in your library. So that if a DLC comes up that you want to play in the new version, you're not stuck behind a paywall. Doesn't matter if you move over, doesn't matter if you download it, just add it to your library. Because there are people who are still playing TSW4 and TSW5. It's fine. Can if you want. We are going to run away again, so back on the brakes. Actually, I'm just out of curiosity. This shouldn't work. Let's put the independent brake on. This shouldn't be able to slow down such a heavy train. Oh, look at it, it is. Isn't that glorious? Oh, but the dynamics went off. So this one doesn't have a dynamic hold feature. That's interesting, isn't it? So the dynamics are not doing anything right now, according to that display. Yet we're not ridiculously running away. What's going on there? See, one of the displays says we're not doing anything, says 0, and the other one says that we're making effort. What is going on there? Has no one ever put on the independent brake while the dynamics are on before? I'll have to report that. We're in the section now that running up close to the limit's probably okay anyway. So why is it with our acceleration showing as 0, which it was, why did we jump up 2 miles an hour? See, it's still showing about 0 and we're climbing. We're going faster and faster. That's just weird. That's just weird. Oh. Sparks! But the brakes aren't on anymore. Why am I getting sparks? What the? They're released. Hey look, they're definitely released. Why are we getting sparks on the wheels? Let's go and sit in Redneck Town for a little while. In our collection of double wides. Watch the train go past with all of its sparking wheels. Love it. I think we need to come down here somewhere. Ooh, we've got a flashing yellow again. Let's just sit here. Yeah, we really are running away now. I think our dynamics have gone sad on us. So we'll just use some air brakes to bring us back under control a little. We'll just make the minimum set application and just see what happens. Whether it slows down or not. It is. Now, interestingly, same thing. Look. It's mostly showing a positive acceleration here, but we're slowing down. So it's still showing a positive acceleration and we're still slowing down. This train doesn't know how to maths. That's its problem. It can't do maths. Crazy XX. I suppose you are Crazy XX, aren't you? I always said Cries XX, but no, it's Crazy XX, I guess. Let me know. Is this DLC worth it? If you like Cajon Pass and you don't mind putting up with a few stupid things in the DLC, sure. I'd actually say it was, because it's quite cheap. If you don't like Cajon Pass and you don't want to put up with a few stupid things until they're fixed, and face it, it's high iron, they'll fix 60% of the things that have been reported, and that'll be the best they ever get, then, no. How does that sound? Andy says they really need to look at their coding here as something is completely balked. Yes, because it's slowing down, but it's saying it's accelerating. I should record this, actually. And I'll put in a bug report. So, we're showing positive acceleration, yet we are definitely slowing down, which is just weird. There you go. I've recorded a little bit of that for the bug report. We have a solid yellow, so I better keep the brakes on, because the next signal's probably going to be at red, I think. We're going to want to stop. It's a little while away, the next signal. It's a few miles, but we'll just sit on this breakage and we'll see how we go, because it is slowing down. And he says, magic, just magic, that's all it can be. Well, we all remember that song, don't we? It's a kind of magic. Blast Pop says at 35 mile an hour, your dynamics are quickly losing brake. Now, interestingly, yes, they've always said that in DTG, but it actually depends on the locomotive, because some of them are designed to run dynamic brakes at higher speeds, and those are generally passenger trains. If you look at things like the MP36, for example, it's quite happy on dynamics at 55 mile an hour. So it's highly dependent on the locomotive and its configuration, whether that's good or not. Those signals are facing away. Oops. Control yourself, mouse. Let's release the brakes again. And proceed to run away again. It'll be fine. Hello, Rails. How are you? Zilla Gaming says, it's positive that you are slowing down. Absolutely. Yep, that's it. Sure. Let's go with that. Scary. Actually, there is one thing that a big firing shift does for you. Makes your muscles look more impressive. I just noticed that looking at the video preview. Andy says, wonder if they've coded the mass wrong and it's backwards like LZB was on one of the German trains. Well, that's entirely possible, I suppose. That is possible. As we descend into the setting sun. Where would the sun be? Over there. Must be that way. Yeah, I suppose it would set over there, wouldn't it? That makes sense, actually. That's probably right. That would make sense. Because we're in California and we're facing the sea. So the sun's setting behind us is probably right. Yes, I'm happy. We are getting down the hill, that's all that really matters. And we're not upside down. Possum-born rule applies. It's all good. So on Monday night, I don't know if you'll play City Transport Simulator 2026, but if you do, on Monday night, I have a early access preview of the Tatra KT4D, which is one of the old Iron Curtain trams. This is an up-to-date modern version of it, which made me sad, because I actually thought they were building the old one, but they didn't. They built a modern one. I would have preferred the old one, but that's okay. And then on Wednesday, we'll be playing Rena's Undercover Train Operation. Rena is some kind of detective, and I warn you that it has some very vague sexual nature to it. Very vague. Unlike another Anomaly game which I downloaded, which I will not be putting on the channel. It's I think it was called Train Station 45 or Train 45. Train 45. It's overt. It's quite a fun game, but I'm not going to stream it. I might do a Discord stream of it, but it's not going on YouTube. Andy Ladd says 12:40 AM here, and you've got 3 fans on in a room is still like an oven. Well, fans don't really cool the room down. What they do is they move air past you, so your sweat dries and evaporates and does its job. But yes, it's got to be a little uncomfortable in the UK right now. We have your weather. It was 4.1 degrees this morning when I got up. Andy says that detective game was seriously weird and confusing. Oh, that one was rubbish. That one was just crap. But this new one, Rena's undercover train operation, I've only just scratched the surface of it, and it's, at the moment, it's a little bit grindy. And I'm hoping it keeps where I was up to, because it gets better. I'm told it gets better. I haven't found anybody who's done a playthrough of it. But we'll play it. Because even though it's a little bit grindy, it's also kind of fun. So it's okay. So do you think this place is pronounced Devore or Devore? Or is it just Devo with the little hats? We all remember the little hats, don't we? Ooh, are we seeing a gratuitous bridge shot? Why, yes. Yes, we are. It's a pretty small bridge, but still a bridge. Oh, well. Better stay in the cab. Ironically, we are holding speed with just the dynamics, and the back of the train has finally almost pumped up. Isn't that weird? But we're still going down to 2.3. That's just weird. Bloop. Why is the air compressor running when I haven't released the brakes for ages? Interesting. And why would it stop? Interesting. Sigh. Blast Pop, Devo, Whip It Good. Yes, that was them. I wouldn't say their music was timeless, but it's still okay. Andy says, can we have our weather back, please? This week has been like living in hell. Really struggled as the week went on. It seriously messed up my health conditions. Oh, I'm sure it did. Those kind of temperatures are not pleasant at the best of times. I mean, Aussies are kind of used to it, but it doesn't make it any more pleasant. And if you're not used to it, then it can really be impactful. Why would you make a fence that close? It's not a bad view, is it? It's quite a nice evening view. I ran this one this morning rather than in the evening slot because it's more likely that some people from North America could actually join this stream than the other one, because the other one's at a very ridiculous time for the US. Nick Georgiou 123, you sell fish and chips from your van. It's tabernacle hell. Oh yes, that would be. Yes, that would be very unpleasant. Business is probably good though, I imagine, because, you know, no one wants to cook in this kind of weather. Blast Pop says, impactful. Interesting euphemism. Yes, I mean, feel free to go and look at Train 45. It's on Steam. It's on sale. It actually is a pretty decent Anomaly game, but it's very overt. So I would suggest it's an adult concept game. There's no innuendo. It's more in your face-o. Zilla says it's 3 a.m, so you're going to go to bed soon. Enjoy yourself, mate. Have a good sleep. And we may even get to the bottom. Hit of you stop near. Oh no! Awaiting clearance to cross over and enter San Bernardino Yard. Anticipate restricting signals and a short delay. And clears into the yard. So I should probably put some breakage on. Probably a bit more breakage. Let's bring this train back under control because it's been quietly running away while we've been chatting. It's been quietly sliding itself into oblivion. Let's just scoot down here and see if the signal is actually red or not. Because if it is... No, it's not red. It's fine. You don't need to go far to find out, but you do need to find out. It's not red, but the next one will be. Ian says, both the dog and I are hating the hot weather and I'm having to do a night shift to walk the dog at a reasonable cooler time. Yeah, I imagine so. In really hot weather with your dog, the other thing to think about is its little paws walking around on concrete. Because that concrete could be rather hot. The front of the train pumps up unreasonably fast. That's a funny shaped rock, isn't it? As we progress towards... Oh no! Sylvia, hello. We're gradually trending into the darkness here. And don't worry, that signal went red after I passed it, not before. It's okay. It's not as bad. Not yet, anyway. Actually, let me open up my spreadsheet of doom for the UK trip too, because we should talk about some of the meetup days that are plausible. Recent... Let me find them. Okay, so that's a meetup day. Let's make that a different color. right, the following days, if people are in the UK, I should make a little, so let me make a little file and then I can paste them in because I'll be pasting them into streams from now on, I suppose. Let me do that. That's a good idea. Meetup days. So 11th of August, NRM, afternoon. And 16th August, North Yorkshire Moors Railway, afternoon again. Because I'll spend the morning with the missus and then do a meetup in the afternoon. 24th, on the Festiniog, afternoon again. And on the Great Central, 30th of August. And that one could probably be all day because the missus won't come on that one anyway. I'll be by myself on that one. So there'll be more details of the times coming. And there might be possibility of a London meetup as well, but I haven't really decided yet because we've got a week in London at the end of the trip and we haven't really planned it out much. Sylvia says, "Call my please, SBB train spotter." We're running Cajon Pass today, so no SBBs today. We're heading to San Bernardino, and we've got a signal coming. Let's just quickly scoot down the line. Whee! And make sure it's... Is that my signal that's red? Or is that on the other two tracks? I do believe that's my signal. It's red. Let's get some bloody brakes on. Lots of them. Not handle off. Suppression. That's what we want. Full brakes. Everything. The lot. This is going to spad, isn't it? Uh-oh. 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 There's not a chance in hell this is stopping. Dunk. There we go. We'll do the right thing by the signal and we'll put the emergency brake on. It's all over. Yes, that's fine. No, it's not. Yep. Ian says, would the light of an engine be that bright and spacious? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the thing that DTG have been hiding from us all these years. They're right. Andy says, so glad I don't have night shifts, just trying to sleep during the day and this heat is nigh on impossible. Yes, indeed. All right. We're not going to do a scenario this time. We're going to do one of the normal services. Why did I come into scenarios then? Because I'm an idiot. Timetable, GP60M timetable. Let's do the H2, which is the old one. And on Cajon Pass, we'll do something that runs up the hill, I think. It's Victorville to Summit. No, that's the other way. Summit to Sanboon. That's going down. We want an easterly train. What's that one? Climb Cajon Pass with an eastbound intermodal. What I want is one of their mixed trains. I like the mixed trains. It's getting a bit early in the morning, isn't it? What's that one? Barstow for San Diego. No, it's going the wrong way. Victorville to Cajon Pass, going the wrong way. I want one going up. Sanboon vehicle train. Oh, that'll be a boring one. I want one with a mixed consist. San Bernardino down Stack, down the west slope. Priority piggyback departing San Bernardino. I don't know what a piggyback is. Oh, that'll be trucks, won't it? Maybe we'll do that one. Yeah, we'll do that one. We'll do the trucks. We'll even be brave. We'll leave dynamic weather on. That's not smart. That's not smart at all. Sylvia, what I was driving was a GP60M H4. Annika says, morning, evening, g'day. How are you, Annika's Angel? Welcome along. For those who don't know, Annika's Angel is a train driver. And Sylvia says, I'm sorry that my English is not the best because I am for Switzerland. No problem at all. Your English is fine. All right, this is the older unit, and we're heading for Oh No, where we just screwed up, funnily enough. All right, let's get our... Hang on, before we do that. Do that, do that, do that. Still not going to put the alerter on because it's still broken, so I don't want to. Headlights, put those onto brights. Our switches down here are probably already fine. They are. Let's cut the brake in for freight and release and put the independent brake on. Open the window, most important thing we'll ever do. And reverse it to forward. Brakes are pumping slowly. Still, we don't have air at the back of the train because we're only 73 back there. Not that we need them going up the hill, so I'd be happy to depart with them at less than the requisite amount. Instrument lights, ditch lights. Now it'll be interesting to see what the throttle does with this one. Just checking it with the lever, and it works fine. Isn't that interesting? It works on this locomotive. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? That proves it's the other train that was buggered. We are up to 82 on the rear. That's good enough. Let's go for 3 and release the independent brake. Why aren't our brakes releasing? Why am I moving without brakes released? That still says we've got 30 pounds of brake on. Isn't that interesting? How is that possible? This release really isn't very good, is it? No, I want me to open the valve. That'd be why. Okay, it's just me being an idiot. Everybody knows I'm an idiot, it's fine. This is Train Sim World 6, Sylvia, absolutely. Rail says emergency, emergency, emergency. And a spad, yep. Great chance to meet up just up the track from Gromont of North Yorkshire Moors and the Esk Valley line. Yeah, I think Gromont's probably a good place to meet because it's got shops. You can buy food off the railway. Anarchist Angel says heading to 6 pound Odo. Pretty sure nobody gets that reference. Probably not. And Rails, thank you. Yes. Pete says a week after getting my PC, great time for a Steam sale. Happy days. Indeed. And Sylvia says, what for British trains you have? All of them. You want a brake test, Rails? We're going uphill. We don't need brakes. And the assumption would be that you're taking this over from a yard crew who has already done that. And they've proved it all out for you. Because if you want to do a brake test properly, you have to walk to the back of the train and make sure that all the brakes came on and then release them and then walk back and make sure they came off. All good. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Anarchist Angel says it's a 30-second supercut clip of a chef explaining how to dice an onion. He's in French, so he pronounces it "oh no." You should give that to our ex-Prime Minister who used to eat an onion in Parliament because he was an idiot. All right, let's pull the power back a little bit. We don't want to exceed the speed coming out of the yard. We'll keep notch 1 to keep the train stretched out. Brakes have still not completely released up the back, but we're up to 84.9, so we're getting there. What have we got on the back today? We have containers. Rail says not for passenger trains. It depends on the train. If you're taking over a train mid-shift, then you probably would not do your own brake test. You don't need to. If you are taking over a train, now we are going too fast, but that's okay. Don't want brakes. I just want to come off the power. If you are starting a train at the start of the day, then yeah, absolutely do a brake test. And the way Americans run their trains, where they do push-pull, and they never change the consist, you wouldn't be doing a midday brake test because there's no point. The continuity has not been interrupted. It's a cool thing about railways is they only do things when there's a point to it. What locos have we got on? We've got the H2, and what's that? What is that? SD70, and another that's an H4, another SD70, and another SD70. As we roll through San Bernardino. This is the reference to San Bernardino, whoever it was who asked before. That's the reference to San Bernardino. You see their trains in a siding. There's no timetable on the San Bernardino line. Is that signal red? Surely not. Surely that's not for me. Oh well, we'll find out in a minute. I don't think it's for me. It's facing that way. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Alright, back on the juices. Sylvia says the Flying Scotsman LMS Jubilee 8F and the 4F. I have all of those. That is all the steam engines that are currently in the game. There are more. There's another steam engine coming, a German one. Ian says, when there's a point to it in the railways, is that a change of track? Oh, that's bad, Ian. What's this signal say? Nothing. It says, none for you. Gradually power back up again. Gradually power up so we don't tear the train in half. But that doesn't generally matter. Actually, you know something? Does this have DPUs in it? Has this got any power on the back? Because I haven't turned on banking com. No, it doesn't. It's fine. It's all good. Who else thinks the audio of this train sounds like it's being played through a long plastic pipe? Load up properly as we're about to pass the motoring equivalent of a ski jump. Ian says, blame the heat and the late nights. Sure. Green over red. We are back to the speed limits. We'll hold it there. Rail says reused repo assets. Services the Class BR23 of the Deutsche Bahn Railways. Yes, that is what's coming. I'm hoping it will be a good Steam implementation. Ian says, is it a revamped 66? Actually, you mentioned it, the GP60M actually does have a lot in common with the 66. In fact, if we go outside and we go back to the... I don't know if we'll be able to hear it because there's more than one engine here. But if I go back to idle... Yeah, you can hear it. You can just hear it. Ning, 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 ning. Someone kindly explained to me that the ning 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 comes from a gear-driven turbocharger, which is unique to this 710 power plant. So you can hear it. So it does sound like a 66. Blast Pop says the sun is way too bright in the game. About the setting would be for Mercury. It is. Well, it's actually, if you're outside, it's about right. But where it screws up is because you're inside the cab, and if you're looking at surface area, all of this surface area minus this window and this window is what the eye adaption's working on. So what they should say is put the eye adaption right in the middle of this windscreen as its focal point, and then it would actually do a better job. But yes, I agree. The game is too bright. There actually are some mods which help it quite a bit, but I don't generally play those when I stream. I take my mods out, but I do play them when I'm on my own. I do occasionally do a stream which highlights mods, but not always. Sylvie says, is the class BR233 or the BR232 is coming too? Not that I've heard of. We can accelerate, can't we? We're allowed to go faster, so we should. As we make our way up the hill. Already on it, Rails. Annika says it was in the works once, but they went quiet about it and it's not on any schedule. Yes. It's like the 420. Will we ever get the 420, or is it a myth like Half-Life 3? One day we may know. One day. One day. The best defense for the game being too bright is to run it with light clouds or full clouds. But, you know, face it, Southern California, it's pretty rare to see clouds. So it doesn't feel right. Ah, look at that delightful smoke.
How dare you?
That's right, Greta. Smoking. So I think from a playability perspective, this DLC is probably okay. It gives you enough gameplay for a few hours. There's probably about 40, maybe 50 hours of gameplay in the DLC, so that's not too bad. Be better if the bugs weren't there, of course, but that's life. Sylvie says the class BR233 is called Ludmilla. Cool. I just realised something. I don't think I took my meds this morning. I'm going to go and do that. Ian said I was wondering when she was going to appear. I will leave this powering along. I think it'll be safe for a couple of minutes, and I'll just go and get those things. I'll be back. Oh no, we're speeding. Right, I have all the things I need. And I was correct, I had not. Like most old people, you have a series of drugs to take every day. It's definitely a runaway train now. It's a bit hard to have a runaway train going uphill, but yes. And now that we're getting into the 2%, we'll probably go back onto Notch 8. So up we go as the mountains appear in the distance in front of us. There is some more work happening on the texture front throughout the entire game. So we'll see if that helps with the people who are getting the blurries, particularly on consoles and the Spud PCs. I've always liked this place up here. All these open-air shelves, which have been corrected to have boxes, but at one point they had bags of concrete. And concrete stored in the open air would be a bad idea. Up the cone, it only gets steeper from here. Actually, this track doesn't get much worse. Sylvia says, what's your favourite locomotive or train? In the game or real life? Real life, I think it's the 262 narrow gauge Baldwin Prairie, because that's what I fire on a heritage railway. And the big Garrett, but mostly the Baldwins. Real life in game. What have I driven the most? What I've driven the most is probably the Class 66, but, you know, I wouldn't say it was my favourite. There's one particular diesel that sounds really good in this game, and that's the SD42. I quite like that one. So American ones, I'd go with the SD42. I think in the Brits, probably the one of the IETs would be the favourite drive in the British trains. So the 801s, 2s, 5 and the 7. Any of those are pretty good. And in the German ones, the favourite looking one is the one that looks like a Volkswagen. But the favourite drive of the German trains is the Vectron. And Sylvia says, when you don't call my SBB train spotter. You can be an SBB train spotter, why not? Are we going too fast again? We're going to ignore that, because we're passing the prison. No one wants to go slow when you go past the prison. Somebody might get in. So we're just going to keep going at notch 8. Shall we visit the prison? Let's go visit the prison. We'll just drone our way in. It's warehouse in this, isn't it? Maybe the prison's further up the hill. Look at that mountain, it's like half of it fell off. I do like a Vectron. Look how little a GP60 is compared to the others. It's like half the length of an ST70. This truck must have sprung a leak, because that's the only way you're getting water underground in California. I think I'm stuck away from the tracks. Let's go back in. We're still ignoring the speed. No, the pounds at the back has reached 88.8, so we are about to go to the future. Anarchist Angel, time to sleep. Another shift waiting tomorrow. Well, enjoy your day on the trains tomorrow, Anarchist Angel, and hopefully you sleep well. Sylvia says, have you got the OBB BR182? If it's in the game, yes. Probably. I have everything that's in the game. And there's so much stuff that I can't really remember what's in the game and what's not. Should I slow down or just keep going 12 miles over the limit? Just pretend it's okay. You give it your best effort, Anarchist Angel. I'm not surprised. We should probably pretend that we don't want to speed. Let the speed drop a little. So I just thought of something else they're not doing. The outside of this dial is supposed to light up based on your speed, and it's not. Ah, it's interesting. It is in the game. Then I do have it. Let our speed gradually come back down to where it's supposed to be. So I don't have to be quite so naughty. There's the Taurus in the game. I haven't actually played that one very much. I played it a couple of times, and I don't think I've ever been back, really. I do have the 523, yes. Another one that I haven't driven very much, but... I was wondering if that was going to turn up. So go through the wonderful world of pumpkins. Yep, Cersei Luzerne. Or Luzerne Cersei, depending on which way you look at it. At least we'll see the 66 marker in game. Ian says, have they actually debugged the 90, or is there more to do? I'd say there's more to do, but it's drivable now. It's tolerable. Whereas before it was intolerable. It's like this one's got a lot of bugs, but it's tolerable. It's drivable. It doesn't infuriate you. I should actually give a feedback about this speedo. I do have the Class 90, yes. It is a lot better. Pete says this is worse state than the 90 was. No. This has been drivable right since day one. It just has faults. And so it's not as bad as the 90, because the 90 actually wasn't drivable unless you were incredibly careful with it. And up on the hill there we have the marker of Route 66. The California end of it. Some would argue it should be 666, but, you know, it's not. We have come back down to the requisite speed that we're supposed to do. Ian says I can live with tolerable. Just. That's what tolerable means. It's bad, but it's okay. Sylvia says, and the ICE 1, 3, and the ICE T. Yes, I do have those. The ICE 1 is no issue. The ICE 3, there's two versions of that, the 3 and the 3M. The 3M's fine. The ICE 3 hates my guts. And the ICE T's fun, the tilty version. And Sylvia says, why is there a 66? It's for Route 66. It's a classic American driving route. It runs from the outskirts of California all the way through to Chicago. And it goes through a lot of iconic places. If you're into trucking games, American Truck Simulator, I've let this slow down way too much. American Truck Simulator has got Route 66 in its entirety now. Just looking at the DTG Discord, the internal one. It's very funny. BR403 and the 406, but the 406, there's two versions of the 4. No, it is the 403, I think, because the ICE 3 and the ICE 3M. The ICE 3, the original one, does not like me. I've got about a 50-50 chance of whether I can get it to move or not. Pete says, now I've got the game on PC, I'll finally be able to enjoy the full Frankfurt S-Bahn. Yes, you will. And you'll still get to enjoy a frame rate of 14 FPS at Frankfurt, but at least it won't explode. Oh, I'm not running any hotbox detectors today, am I? We should do that. Railroad radio.net. If it's going to work today. We want Western zones and we want BNSF Central Valley. I think that's on, no. Maybe it's this one. No, that's Clear Creek. Which BNSF district is Cajon Pass? Never can remember. The Cajon subdivision, but we don't have railroadradio.net for Cajon. Oh, that's interesting. Oh well, I'll take this one. It'll do the job. Now, hopefully, that's configured properly, and we'll get radio at some point. Let's see if it is. Yep. So I've just got railroadradio.net running, so hopefully we'll hear some radio sounds. You need to go now, Sylvia. See you later. Have a nice day. Have fun in Switzerland. Lovely mountains. No sounds from the radio system so far. Oh, we're allowed to do 45 again. So we should probably go full spank, shouldn't we? Maximum spankage. I was going to say this is where Greta gets upset, but there's no smoke, so not a sausage. So that's okay. Let's go and sit up here amongst the wrecks. And call on your SBB train spotter. Oh, I'm in trouble again. The radio system's working, it's just very quiet today. We're not too near too far from the top now, I think. No, not too far. We'll do one of the ones at the other end at Victorville after this. I think there's a concrete one, a scenario that picks up some shunting, but we'll see what loco it is. Don't know whether it's going to work with this or not.
BNSF 8013, calling stop now, mobile.
Detected, milepost 44.6.
BNSF 8013, Wesley, listening to me, stop now, mobile.
Better jump back in for that signal, I guess. Have a look at that first. It is green. We're all good.
BNSF 8013, West, stop now, mobile, over.
I assume the radio system's coming through the stream. Under fair use, of course.
Start dispatch, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a very quiet driver.
Dispatcher, 59. It's not playing nice. Here it comes. Here it comes, six. I know. Alright, sounds good. Here we go. Yes, sir.
Up and over the big hill. Ian said it sounds like it needs a little fine tuning. Well, that's the joys of analog HF radio. And a lot of those people would be using handheld units. Oh, we're getting foggy on the Cajon. No idea why there's a whistle board there, but there is. So we do. Oh, it's this little dirt crossing. There you go.
8013, stop near Bolo.
Dr. Intermodal answering.
Listening is here.
Alright, let's be working off the main, shoving it at 306 in the clear of the 306 style, please.
306 in the clear.
I think it's a works crossing, Ian, for track workers. And I don't think cows obey train horns, just somehow. Why are there two lots of double yellow lines? Weird.
Detector, milepost 65.7.
That would be like California to have a bus lane running out in the desert where no one lives, yeah. That's probably spot on, Ian. I can't get in closer to him. Weird tyres it's got. Assuming it's an H2 and not an H4, we'll do the cement local pickup train. Or a car share lane. That actually is possible this far out because people who live in Los Angeles and San Francisco or work there commute ridiculous distances to and from work so they can afford to live where they can have a house. Crazy, crazy prices for housing over there. My old place still hasn't sold yet. Had a really good turnout on Saturday morning for an open house, so hopefully we'll get an offer from one of those people. It's probably one of the more affordable 4-bedroom properties in the Dandenong Ranges, so hopefully we will get some interest out of that.
Same situation we had last time at Bakersfield. We got it right here. Eye on the body.
Hey, what's up? Okay.
I haven't taken anything out for dinner. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Did you get the esky down, or do you want me to get it?
No.
There's the big ones better. Alright, see ya. Knew I forgot to do something this morning. I was meant to get a cooler down because it's a bit too high for the other half. She can reach it, but what she can't get to is all my battery chargers for drills and stuff sit on top of it, and they're quite high, and at least one of them has batteries in it, so they're quite heavy. Don't really want to drop them on her head.
Officer, Senator,
1.3 miles to Summit, and this train will be stopping just after Summit at Summit East. So it's only a couple of miles to go on this service. And then assuming the cement shunting service is an H2, we'll do that one. If it's an H4, I'll think about it, because I can't use the controller.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
Yeah, I lost door light, so I have to stop the train so they confirm all the doors are closed. But it's not going to matter anyways, because you're going to have to go back and cut this deal.
Ian says hi. Not going to bother accelerating since we're stopping soon.
I have a red light in this car. It's probably this one. The door was like chattering earlier. I don't know what's wrong with it, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop up here and
Detector, milepost 1139.4. No defects. Repeat, no defects. Total axle 502 out.
There goes another one heading down the steep hill. I'm surprised they use the steep one for descents. I could understand keeping it because it gives you a path if there's a wreck on the normal tracks, but wouldn't you just only use the normal tracks unless you couldn't? It's interesting that's accelerating so much, given the rest of the train's still on the 2% gradient. Because down there, still 2%. Mean, Ian, mean. Here comes that Class 66 sound. Wait, stay on.
Yeah, I think it's this cap hardware. Okay, I don't know if you have to do it, but just
I just thought of something useful with the winch being away for a few hours. I can record some things for when I'm away, so I've got premieres to go up in the normal streaming times. Because I need 9 of them. Maybe 10. This is slowing down a ridiculous amount given we're going downhill.
Dispatcher 57 over, or 6 over.
Amtrak 704, dispatcher 56.
704, go.
Hope you sleep well, Ian,
Here, Malpo 61.2.
and cope with the heat.
Door issue. We're cutting out the doors. Right. Right now, we should be on the
Okay, copy.
All right, thank you. Amtrak 704 up.
Amtrak got dramas. Amtrakking through the universe. Really does sound like an idling 66, doesn't it? Hey, Psych, how are you? Welcome along. Welcome to all the people who aren't chatting as well. Chat if you feel like it. Doing some farming, Pete. Cool. It's probably too much for it, really. Don't know why I gave that a full service brake. I was thinking I'll just put it in initial, and then my hand went, whoop, too far. Oh, we're gonna have to accelerate again now. Never mind. It's okay. You can be completely unprofessional. Get that one last chance to put some power in. Now we want a full service brake. Silver. Alright, back to the main menu. Let's see what's on the front of this concrete one. I'm hoping it's an H2. Because the H2 is going to work better than the H4. So here's hoping. Right. So the trains. Choose your route. Is it that one? Victorville to Barstow. Oh, it's an H4. Ah, we'll run it anyway. We'll run it anyway, even though it's not going to work properly with the controller.
UP detector, milepost 78.5.
2 cuts at Victorville to take east, a cut to pick up at Oro Grande, set up the power, and when ready begin the necessary switching movements. We are responsible for the manual switches. Of course we are. Alright, I'm going to stop at the... Will you stop that? Where do we have to go, do you think? Up there. Okay. Let's check our points. We're going ahead, so we need to fix that one. And that one. Not 5. Oh yeah, it's the stupid thing, isn't it? Stop it! What else have we got in this consist? Stop it. My Xbox controller is trying to leave. Doesn't like me anymore. Can I actually have a cursor in the game? Thank you, PC. So that's an H4. What's the one in front of it? Can I reorder them and have an H2? No, I can't. Damn it. No, can't do that. Boring. It's concrete time.
Eyeball back at your trailer, good. Eyeball, thank you.
Set. Total axle 3.
You really gonna make me do that?
Temperature 76 degrees. Detector out.
Right, now where are we going?
UP detector milepost 65.7.
Many points to set. God, if they've got them all deliberately set wrong? We're going all the way around there to get stuff. So I want to go... No, we're going all the way down there. Okay. That's fine. Does raise the question of should we change ends, but we're not going to. We'll just watch this way.
BNSF sector, milepost 113049, main 2, no defect. Repeat, no defect. Sector out.
Off we go to pick up some concrete, which is another one of those products that Greta really likes.
How dare you?
We're going all the way over there. Where are we? We are indeed supposed to be going all the way around there. About to jump on our cars.
Amtrak 704, come in, over. Amtrak 704, come in, over. Hey, it might be like 5 minutes there at Acres. The machine was trying to send you, I don't know where it was sending you, but it was to the depot, so it'll be a few minutes, over.
Okay, wait for the timeout at Acres. Thanks for the
You guys, so.
Sykes says when they designed the railroads, interesting to put mainline tracks and then the yards and little industry spurs. Well, industry spurs will turn up wherever an industry is, and they try and always make them facing. No. Stop at circle lead. Where does that want to go? Wants to go back where we came from. Alright, back out to there. Someone's alerter was going off there. I reckon we're probably going to come back and get these cars. I would think, given where we're going to be stopping. I have an eating disorder. I miss my mouth. At least it's not an annoying bell. Yep, we're going back to get those cars. As expected. Let's be the shunter dude riding on the steps here. That'll do. It's a good viewpoint. Lots of us have drinking problems, psych. It's usually after the first 2 or 3 that you have a drinking problem.
Track 704 looking out for out.
Alright, I'll stop West Mariposa 8013. Over.
Yeah, thinking of the movie Airplane.
I'd stop BNSF 8013 West Mariposa. Authority to pass. Seamless flight stop indication. Main 2 to main 2 westward. I'm sorry, eastward.
Dispatcher confused himself there.
Oh, correct.
So for while I'm away, because I'm away for all of August and some of September, so there won't be any live streams. Well, actually there might, but it won't be of games. There might be some real life live streams, but I'll put up premieres in each of the normal streaming slots, so the usual 3 a week. They won't be long. I'm thinking maybe half an hour or so for each one. And I can laughingly say I'll be back home just in time for 7. Wonder if these are full or empty. Redneck, hello. Do you know if you can manually work the hump yard without a mission? If you can set the points from the map, probably. That stopped a bit sooner than I thought it was going to. Syke says you could take a Starlink and live stream. It's not the connectivity that's the issue. That reminds me, I've got to buy SIM cards. Well, Sims are digital ones. I haven't done that yet. It's not the connectivity that's the issue. There's plenty of 5G in the UK. It's not having a gaming machine with me.
Detector, milepost 78.5.
Let's do a little safety stop before we get there. Redneck says, reason I ask, I cannot figure out the signalling. You might have to set a path for the train. Clunk.
Detector, milepost 78.5. No defect. Total axle 40. Temperature 76 degrees. Detector out.
Now, where are we going? We're going out. So it looks like it has actually set all but one set of points. And we are going to go out of the yard and go off on the main. Okay, good. Let's wait for the train to pump up a bit. Can stop the bell while we wait. We're at rear 80. It's good enough. More power. There she goes. Hey, I think, Redneck, if you use the free roam and set a path every time you want to move the train,
5, 7.
the signals through the yard should cooperate. Assuming you're not going to get in the path of an AI. Because they normally get precedence over the free roam. And if you're not sure how to set a path, you go into the map view. And I can't do it in here, but you right click the locomotive and go set path. Yeah, let us know how you go, Redneck. And what is this little shunting signal up here saying too? Nothing. Where is it?
Outpost 91.1. Back 2.
You're probably supposed to stop here, you know, and ask for permission. Oops, not suppression. Oh yeah, to do it this way. Proceed as indicated. Well, we're not indicating anything, so there you go.
I'm trying to move here to get you to squeeze up there. Me and North Bay just got done working at Mariposa. That's the only reason I didn't move you up.
Set path is grayed out.
So,
That seems weird.
of course, we don't have anywhere close to put you. But
Is it a train from the timetable, or have you spawned your own?
Wheat now, and then we'll cheat you up to UP Crossing on Main 2 there. Yeah, I know you don't fit, but
It thinks that derail is a signal.
You'll get there before them, and then
I suppose it is in some ways.
And you'll go around them. We'll get you on Main 2. Mariposa, probably where you're going to hang it up. Wait for the outbound of.
Well, didn't spad. It's a good sign.
Yeah, if you're talking, I didn't hear anything you just said at all. Just a bunch of static.
You spawned your own. The set path shouldn't be grayed out then, unless it thinks you're out of bounds. That's the only other possibility. Or it thinks you've already got one. Is there a delete path option?
See where the relief crew is. Probably just take your own van and spin a brake. So I haven't had a chance to catch up with them yet. They're not on duty until 20 minutes from now. So probably just gonna tie it down. I still can't hear you. Oh.
On our way to Oral Grant.
7658, let me know you got all red. I'll stop there, hand shot me too. You copy up. Let me know when you got all red. I'll stop there and hand shot main 2 so I can flag you. Thanks. So you said we're squeezing by that second train into Mormon, is that correct, Joe?
Ah, Jules is working. Thanks, Psych. I don't know what it does, but okay.
Okay, so there's a train on main 2 that's at Kennedy Junction, so you say you're doing work off the west end, so you're not going to the east end crossovers, you're going to go all the way around and shove back in, over? But I'm asking, what method are you going into Mormon, over?
Hey, DS, this train on main 2 is on duty. Once they pull, they can bring the train up here and do the work.
Now we're allowed to speed up.
You.
Grouse.
Yeah, that answers my question. Here we go. DS.
I'm guessing it's like the Twitch concept, where you give bits. So where are we going to do that? We're going to take the siding. We're running wrong rail anyway. Okay, so we're going to run in there somewhere. So we want to set that point's okay. And we are going to go into the yard by the looks of things. Yep. So we probably don't want to be accelerating anyway. So what kinds of things would you like to see for videos for while I'm away? No, it's not red. It's all right. Just about had a heart attack there. 2 spads in one stream's enough. And we're coming into the water reclamation plant from Tatooine now. Food, trains, souvenirs, nice hotels and castles. Well, they probably won't be nice hotels. We're using B&Bs and Premier Inn, so... I always think the bell concept on the US trains is a bit amusing. Because if you can't hear the 4,000 horsepower diesels, how come you can hear the bell? Syke says, film some nice tail on the platforms. There'll be plenty of short videos coming. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of people that get in the way of them. That just seems to be the way. Really? You're not going to give me that when I'm 4 yards short?
Thatcher. Go ahead. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, hold on a minute. I'm going to leave you there for a couple of minutes. I'm just waiting for the guy in front of me to finish his work, and then waiting for Fresno to tell me to bring you. He just told me to bring you, yeah.
Now, I assume we'll be going backwards for our pickup. Certainly looks that way. Yep. Am I going on the underground? Of course I am. Oh, it's that carriage. So I can't get to the back of the train. Well, okay. Let's go there then. Whee! What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Right, we're back under control. My stomach has stopped manipulating the Xbox controller's levers. I have lots of footage from the underground. I have lots of footage from I've got an end-to-end Bakerloo run from inside the train because I videoed the train coming into the platform at one end of it out on the overground section, and I thought I turned off the GoPro, but I didn't. So I have complete footage of the whole trip from inside. There are some interesting people on the underground. Maybe I should put some of those up as shorts. I could do that. We'll just pretend we can hear the horn. Reminds me I've got to get the footage off this GoPro. So I did some the other night. The other thing I still have video from in the UK, I had my camera on its holder. I thought it was around here somewhere, but it's not. Yes, it is. I had my camera on its on this, and it's connected to a nice big curly strap, so it's very hard to get off. And I actually captured someone trying to steal it, who was trying to pull it off the bag. Hello, the simulator guide 2003, very specific. The only thing I can think of, Redneck, where your signal still won't change is if you're trying to path into a place you're not allowed to go.
717 approach minimum.
Safety stop. Yeah, you can quite clearly see this guy come up, and he's looking at it, and he disappears for a little while, and then he comes back and he's looking at it again, and then he disappears again for a while, and then he's looking at it again, and you see this hand come, and it jiggles, but he couldn't get it off my bag because it's tied on with the big orange strap. And the next thing you see is this camera is hanging down below my knees, and me picking it up and putting it back in the bag. I just thought it fell out. But no, it didn't fall out, it was pulled out. I showed that to a copper on the street when he was there, and he said, "What do you want me to do about it?" It's like, well, you know, this guy's trying to steal. All right, we are allowed to go to Barstow, subject to signal indications, which means... Can we actually go ahead? Can we go through the yard? I suppose so. Let's just check all our points. I've got a yellow there. And we're going to come out and we just keep driving, I guess. Looks like that. Yeah, it does look that way. Okay. No, don't do that.
Good luck. You guys are there today?
Yeah, 8 o'clock, Seco's gonna
Alright. Have fun.
Simulator guy ordered a new gaming laptop with a 5090 in it. A 5090 in a laptop. I hope it comes with air conditioning. We're gonna go? Eventually.
It looks really good if I wasn't choking. You're all. It's okay if you choke as long as you hit those buttons. We're just waiting for a 704 to clear.
She couldn't be choking that much, she can talk. How far is Barstow Yard? Not far. Because this will be our last service today, as we come out of this yard into the next one. What laptop has a 5090 in it, the simulator guy? Don't stop that.
7.8.5. No defect. Total axle 5.7.
Let's have a look.
Temperature 7.
Gaming laptops with 5090. It'll be 5090M. That's a lot of money. Bloody hell. Yeah, that's a lot of money for a laptop. It's like $8,000 for a laptop. Oh, bugger that. I can't see any reason why you can't do it, Redneck. So, are you able to record what you're doing? Out on the main now, we don't need the Beelzebub anymore. If you're able to record what you're doing and put it somewhere and share a link with me on Discord, then I can show it to the DTG people and see what they think. Is this something you should be able to do?
Mormon 205. Hey Richard, can you call me at 55 over?
Do you know, in Australia, psych, extended warranty means nothing. Because here a warranty lasts as long as you think the device should. And when someone says, oh, well, you've only got 6 months warranty on that, you go, well, I'll see you at VCAT. And you pay your $35 and you have your VCAT case, and the VCAT judge goes, nah, mate, you got to do the warranty because, you know, it should last longer than 6 months. I know a guy that did a successful warranty claim on a fridge that was 25 years old. This is one thing High-End do well. I think I said it earlier in the stream, but I like their consists. They're very mixed. They're not all the same car. Surely we've come out up the back there by now. I just saw something really important. And we're just going to trust that this train's going to stop, because we're going. Whee!
Starting dispatcher 3658, Alredo, stop and shop main 2.
I better be able to get to it or I'm going to be grumpy. Num 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 num. Oh, I never noticed him there before. Uh-oh.
Stop BNSF 7658 in Hanshaw, authority to pass, signal plan stop indication, main 2 to main 2 westward.
All that for a hot dog, eh?
Correct. Yes.
Surely you'd stop your train on the main to go and get a hot dog, wouldn't you? You'd call the dispatcher up and go, oh, I've just got to go check something out, mate. I can see something doesn't look right. And I'll just go and have a quick look, okay? And dispatcher would go, yeah, enjoy the hot dog, mate. Syke says, you've heard of a manifest train, but have you heard of a manifest destiny train? That is lame, yes. The radio noise you are hearing is from railroadradio.net. Let me drop a link into the chat. The one we are using today is not actually Cajon, because they don't have one. But they do have this one. The radio sources are mostly amateur ham operators who receive the railway traffic, encode it, and push it out onto a stream on the internet. Syke says, followed by I'm choking. Yep. Captain Vladimir, hello. Engineer on our local short line, like to stop his train right behind the Easy Mart and go in for a Coke. Oh, why not?
Mormon all.
I used to do a lot of track patrols on our heritage railway, and on the way back I used to ring one of the local cafes and they'd bring me a bacon and egg roll and a coffee and be waiting on the platform for me, so that wasn't unusual.
I'll get some ready. Once you get going and this train departs off, if you want to stop at the office, I'll...
And quite a long time ago, running out of fuel on the track vehicle, myself and my partner in crime turned it on the pedestrian crossing, drove it up the pedestrian crossing into the petrol station and filled it up with fuel and drove it back onto the tracks. Couldn't do that anymore. You'd get in a world of shit for that now. Off we go towards Barstow. Hey, Oddfellow, how are you, mate? How are you doing? I just realised I left my door open. Oh well. Off we go to Helendale to see if she's got the red light out or not. I'm kind of hoping this signal's green. Is it facing me? No, it's facing the other way. That's fine. Yeah, hanging in there, Oddfellow. Things are okay. There's a lot of stuff going on, but there's copage. That's it exactly, psych. Roxanne. I forgot it's downhill. Alright, we just sit back and relax now. Just let her roll. Do you know, I think my heater's actually finally warmed up enough. You missed my videos, Oddfellow. You know you can watch them anytime you want. They all have VODs. It's even the default now, so I don't forget to turn it on. Simulator guy bought the GP60M but have not driven it. Oh, give it a go, mate. It does have some stuff wrong with it, but it's not undrivable. I would recommend, if you like being out of the cab like I do, that you don't turn the alerter on, because you can only hear it in the cab. So you'll discover yourself stopped periodically, which is a bit boring. A couple of families where all the double wides have moved in. I actually need to add to my list of things that are wrong with it, don't I?
How we coming? They want to get one out of the yard. You guys ready to go over?
Because there's rather a few.
Total axle 1, 0, 2, out. Alright, give me a buzz when you're ready. I'll wait a couple minutes. Over.
There you go, I've just added to my list of issues. Seems only fair. The bugs are, let me run through them for you. These are things that I've encountered anyway. The emergency brake reset procedure is wrong, basically. It works, but it's wrong. You have to set the brakes to emergency to get them to release. The alerter only sounds when you're in the cab, so if you miss it, you'll get stopped. There's cab setup issues, so the lead locos should have gen field on, but they don't. Interestingly, in trailing cabs, so if you've got extra locomotives at the back of the train, they're not set to lead, and they have to be. Otherwise, they just leave their brakes on all the time and they squeal. The brake cocks along the train itself are usually closed. The brake cock leading to the end of train device is usually closed. The end of train device is only there about 60% of the time. The dynamics are way too powerful, but they unpredictably just let go and go, no, I'm not stopping you at all anymore. What else is there? The dynamics stay on in the H4 when the air brakes are applied, which they shouldn't. In the H2 they should, but not in the H4. The alerter requires a really long press of Q, B or circle instead of just a quick press. The bell doesn't animate when it rings. If you dump the air using the end of train device switch, it doesn't trip PCS. It should. The rate of pump up of the train brake pipe is very weird and very inconsistent, so it changes as you go. You can get stuck in the gangways or pushed up onto the roof, and I've ended up standing on the handrail a couple of times. Why are you keeping on zooming in like that when the focus isn't even on the game? If you trip the front and rear emergency stops, so the end of train device emergency stop and the front emergency brake, the train stops in a few meters. It's like it just bonk, dead, stop. And that's not exactly realistic. If you leave the H2 cab, so on the 3 camera or the 8 camera, and stay away further than the end of the train, when you come back, the lever shows idle instead of whatever notch you're actually in. There's no end of train device on free roam spawned in trains most of the time. The speedo LEDs around the circumference of the speedo on the H2 don't light up. And on the H4, which is this one, if there's acceleration showing, so if it shows acceleration here, it's still slowing down sometimes. And speaking of acceleration, we should bring our speed back under control briefly. That looks like a road crossing to me. Yeah, there's, no, the light switch in the engine room does actually work. If you go in there at night time, the light does come on. And during the day, you just can't see it. Cat. There was a cat wandering around here a moment ago, and she likes sitting right behind my chair that's on wheels, and I don't want to run her over. For some funny reason. A couple of miles to Helendale. So we're not... Where are we now? Well, we've got ages before the end of the route, because we're going to go all the way into Barstow Yard.
BNSF sector. Milepost 113.
I imagine most of the bugs will get fixed like usual. But that's just all the stuff I've found, and I found some more today, so... Life.
That's 257. Over. Hey, this is work train, over.
Oh, and the horn's too quiet. The bell's louder than the horn, listen.
Cool, 121. Hold on. BNSF train, 6020, how you coming? Please, Herzog, work train, follow one at 1.
If you're using a TSCX controller or the rail driver, you can't set the dynamic brakes properly. Works for the H2, not the H4.
And you're not good for one, you're double stack. You can't be good for one, correct, over? 2.
I have a yellow. Better do something about that.
Alright, here we go. Good plan. Patch up.
Let's get rid of the dynamics since I've put the air brakes on now. Because we have a yellow signal to deal with. TTG broke the announcements on the New Jersey stock on Morristown with the last update. Yeah, I had someone else tell me about that. Can you check your settings and just see if the update turned announcements off or if they are actually not working? Because I asked the other person to do that and all I got was a thumbs up. They redid the sound on the arrows, so I'm not surprised it has an issue, but I wouldn't have expected that one. So they work on the multi-levels just fine. It's all the other stock. Okay, so it's just the arrows. The other thing I had reported to me, but I haven't actually experienced it myself, and I find it a little bit doubtful because the train didn't get updated, is I'm told when you're running a particular variant of the Vectron on freight, you get passenger announcements. But if it does that, it's always done it. It wasn't part of the update because it didn't update in the update. Its file hasn't changed. I'm just letting this slow down because I'm vaguely expecting this next signal to be red. Is it announcements don't work on the 45 or 46, or the locomotive itself doesn't work? Cool. I can't see that signal for nuts. In real life, you wouldn't hear them psych, but the game should let you if you've got the in-cab announcements turned on. I'm just assuming this signal's red, but it's not. There we go. Let's release then. Because that last one was yellow, so I would have thought this one would be red, but anyway. Yeah, it's green. Alright, let's pile it on again then. I've just reported that simulator guy. Psych says the yellow was a tease, especially with freight braking. If you want a tease...
717, clear, let's change channels.
You know how I like train anomaly games? I saw this one pop up in the Steam sale, so I grabbed it without really looking at it. Let's just say I won't be streaming it. It's quite a playable game, and it's kind of fun, and it's a good anomaly game, but yeah, nah, not for streaming.
BNSF detector, milepost 1139.4. No defects. Repeat, no defects. Total axle 36 out.
If it was possible to run it with the end of level activities turned off, I would. And then I'd stream it. But no. What notch am I even in? Only 3. I'm just kind of hesitant about speeding up. I suppose they could run a public one, the simulator guy, but you need to buy the content. Because I'm running a beta branch right now. I'm running what's called RC Preview, which is one that they give to content creators. Captain Vladimir says, might have to buy that for a friend. Of course. See, I like Japanese anomaly games, so I've got lots of them. So I've probably got about 100 of them. And they're all quite cheap and simple gimmicky games normally. You're the friend, Captain Vladimir. You ain't meant to admit that. There's much more overt games than that one. Still green. There is much green with this one. Whee! Is this the place where you can watch the train through the pipe? No, you can't get close enough to them. There's a place on Cajon Pass somewhere where there's a pile of pipes and you can watch the train through the pipes. I think YouTube would whack me if I streamed that one. And Captain Vladimir says their trailers inevitably pop up when the girlfriend walks into the room. Of course they do. It knows your search history. As we roll towards the middle of nowhere, California.
BNSF Stockton Dispatch, 6272. Are you a key train or how wide open?
Negative.
Alright, offering you up now to the UP.
Yeah, it's doable, simulator guy. You'd be able to find things for patches, but because they don't let anybody buy the new content before it's coming out, you'd only be able to do that. You wouldn't be able to do it for new DLC. Can't see that one yet. It's the annoying thing about turning off signals in the HUD. Yellow again. Bastards. That link not work? Let me try get it again. It's called Train 45 anyway.
Yeah, I think it already says that. Let me look again. I started changing it, but yeah, 7982 is on there, on the paperwork. Over. Hey, you want some more lights over?
Yeah, we should be ready to, I think we're doing this here right now. We have
The coast is clear. Look for lights. Come on, Ricky Bobby, we can do this. Have a good time. Dispatch out.
It's good to know there's a driver named Ricky Bob. Of course, the next signal's 2 miles away. Well, the signals after that actually are at stop. Restricted proceed. Are we following that? That one's at stop, so we're following something. No, doesn't look like we are. The scenario must be setting the signals deliberately. Michael says, I can see how you don't want to stream something like that. Yeah. If I was on Twitch, no problem at all. But I reckon YouTube would have a panic attack. Let's just go and see what those signals say. Solid yellow. YouTube let you stream adult content, but your channel will disappear off the face of the earth if you do it. Hello, Hawks. How are you? Yeah, I could do a Discord stream, because Discord don't care. I could push it out to my very dormant Twitch channel, because they don't care either. They care about human nudity, but they don't care about games. I'm okay, Hawks. There's an awful lot of things going on, but it's coping fine. Simulator Guy says I'm talking about testing patches for already released content to catch bugs before the patch goes out to everyone. Yeah, I agree it would be a good thing if there was a long enough time frame, but just speaking as an ambassador, I get the patches anywhere between 24 hours and 72 hours before they go out. That's not much time. They're pretty lean on the time frames at DTG. That's only enough time to stop something if it's really, really, really bad. This is making for a slow old trip into Barstow, isn't it? We can probably go a bit quicker though. Oops, I used the TSCX, I shouldn't have done that. Oh well, that's fine. I can tell it's lunchtime because I'm eating all these pretzels. I assume there's a road crossing or something coming. Juice is also required if you're eating pretzels. These pretzels are making me thirsty. Oddfellow, are my shirts for sale? No, I just make them for myself. Would people be interested if I did have merch things? Because I can set up merch. There's a couple of stores that work with YouTube.
I think you guys can pull up closer.
I will look into it then, Oddfellow. I have to see if I still got these logo files. I made it a long time ago. Had a couple of PC rebuilds since then. I don't know if I stored them on the cloud or not. The other thing I could do so that you didn't have to use those relatively predatory stores is I could make the graphic available. Barstow Terminal Master to El Calo 1012. You will cross over the north track in order to operate via the west reception connector, anticipate speed restrictions and be aware of yard switch movements. Tie up your train at Barstow West Reception, 1599 with the power attached. 1509, sorry. Yeah, I'm still at Puff. My job officially is fireman, but I do get to drive from time to time, yes. I got to drive on Wednesday night. Coming back light engine in a big Garrett. I didn't video it stupidly, I should have, because it was one of the drivers that would let me. Yes, they haven't gotten rid of me yet. There's not many volunteers left there, Oddfellow. It's getting harder and harder to get shifts. I don't have a shift in July at all. I think there's 3 volunteers on the roster in July. And when I complained about it, they gave me 3 shifts for August, which is kind of silly because I'm in the UK. Simulator guy found a bug on Cajon. You can walk through the fence. They've been turning off collision on a lot of assets because collision takes memory. There's a train. Just appearing one by one. Is that red? Oh no, not red. It's all good. It's yellow. Hawk says, how did MTR go, if you're happy to say? Elaborate MTR for me. So how soon till we cross over onto that track? Not long. Mornington Tourist Railway. They're happy enough, and I was happy enough, but I haven't actually put my application in. Because I'm a lazy cunt. I should do it though, because it is literally 10 minutes from me. So on those days when you might have a 6 AM start, you don't have to get up nearly as early.
BNSF detector, milepost 1139.4. No defects. Repeat, no defects. Total axle 36 out.
Yeah, Puff is a bit sad, Hawks. A bit sad. What I am contemplating doing for MTR is going down there and applying to be a diesel driver instead of being a fireman. Because preparing that loco is a lot of work, and the railway's, what, 5k long at most. I could pass out as diesel driver pretty quickly down there, I would think. And I could do midweek shifts for them, which not many other people can. As long as I arrange it far enough in advance to move my my RDO around. We should be crossing tracks just up here somewhere, which is why I'm going slowly.
It's at 6143. Yep. Hopefully your van is there already. Okay to spin a break. Their relief crew is still a couple hours out, so here we go.
Time down, relief crews, real quick, far out.
Hawk says I do generally see them wanting more of everything, driver, fireman, guard, etc. From what I've heard, they're happy to train and qualify you on it. And they're second K in a couple of years. What they really need is more track. Many, many years ago, I made an offer to keep the track open and cut down the trees that were growing between the sleepers and things like that, and that offer was not accepted. So I don't know why they didn't want to do that. I know some of it belongs to VicTrack, but the maintenance of it is supposed to be MTR. It'd be so good if they got back to Baxter. It'd be bloody awesome. It'd be so much better for the railway. They'd have lots more volunteers wanting to take part. No, there's no blocking, Hawks. And the track's nearly all the way through there. And there's money available from Peninsula Link to do the reconnection. So it's not about money. I know there are plans on going further. It's just a 50-mile switch. Oh, we can accelerate then. Ah, the dynamics have gone back into setup. Aren't they nice? That's why it was slowing down so much. Yeah. My yakking with people suggests not council. When's it going to draw the rest of it? There we go. It looked funny just hanging there in the air like that. Yeah, Vic Tracker, the track odors. That roundabout still got track in it. Let me just jump on maps and make sure we're talking about the same spot. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything stopping them crossing Moo Moo Duck Highway. Because the track is still there. And I'm just... Let me jump on Land Vic. Someone else keep an eye on the signals while I'm doing what you guys can't see. Get down to morning time. Is it Mornington Tire? Eramosa. Benton's. Where's Eramosa? Here it is. Yep, council can't stop them. It's gazetted railway. So the council could not stop them going through that roundabout. Well, it doesn't matter what the council want, it's a gazetted railway. It'd be easy to get around that. VicTrack are actually quite supportive of Heritage Rail as long as it's not interfering with mainline operations. No, I just checked the state government maps. It's definitely gazetted as a railway. It's dual use, railway and rail trail. And because it's gazetted, VicTrack can be problematic where you're interfering with mainline operations, but not where you're not. Puffing Billy's VicTrack. They do support Heritage Rail. The Healesville thing's still VicTrack. All gazetted railways in the state belong to VicTrack. It wouldn't be hard to open up the track through that roundabout anyway, Hawks. Just run the T-Class through it, that'll open it up. The track is still there. It's underneath the asphalt, but it's there. Not red, that's all I care about. I think VicTrack are like most government departments, Hawks. You need to approach them the right way and you need to find the right people. Because every government organisation has no people and people who will help you find a way. I don't think I've ever brought a train in this way before. Out, yes, but not in. And what does this signal up here say? Red. Maybe that'll change as we go through this go via, but I want it to slow down just in case it doesn't. I don't want to slow down that much. Come on, train. Hawk says their CEO says that they're more than happy to help, yet nothing changes. Yeah, I don't think it's as simple as saying it's Victrac. There we go, it changed. I don't find public service CEOs to be the right people. Looks points are all aligned by the looks of things. Because they will tell you whatever the government wants to tell you. That's not necessarily the actual answer. They'll tell you the government's public line, not the government's actual line. It's a bit like my railway. If you ask the good lady if there's a future for volunteers, she goes, of course there is. Yet every month there's more of us gone. So what's the deal? The deal is she's been told to say that. Captain Vladimir, the thing I liked about the Santa Fe pack, they made better use of different routes and sidings and such. Looks like this does more of that. Yeah, I think so. If you look at High Iron's Train Sim Classic stuff, they've always been more about gameplay than accuracy. And to be honest, that makes their content fun. Their locos aren't necessarily the most accurate things on the planet. Normally in the TSC days, if they had 3 locos in a pack, one of them would be pretty good, and the other 2 would be fairly middle of the road. Hawk says each to their own. I can't 100% for MTR specifically, but I know where Victrac are an interesting lot. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, like I said, you got to find the right people. You got to find the supportive people. It's no different with my day job lot. If you find the right people, you're fine.
Mormon 205 over.
Not that I'm going to tell you who my day job lot is, but similar organisation, let's say that. At the moment with VicGov, if you're not part of Big Build, you won't see much of anything because just about everywhere's had their throats cut from a budget perspective.
When you go to 41, can you leave room for 2 on the west end?
Captain Vladimir says, for me, I'll take the gameplay kind of way, you know, I play the game. Yeah, I prefer gameplay over 100% accuracy. Because it is a game. And I know there are some hardcore people that call it a simulator. But when you compare this to other simulators, this is not a simulator. So it kind of is, kind of not, but it's not meant to be exact. And I know Matt Pedalston doesn't really toe that line. He says it's a simulator, it's a proper simulator, and good on him. Run 8 is a proper simulator, Zusi 3 is a proper simulator, and they are very different to this. Both of those games, if you don't have some inkling of what you're doing when it comes to trains in general, and those trains specifically, you probably won't even get a train moving, let alone actually be able to run. Whereas this game doesn't have assumed knowledge. With no assumed knowledge at all, you can get trains moving. Most people can get trains moving.
John, I'm ready. What was that?
this is the last move today. Tonight, in about 6 hours, 20 minutes time, I'll be running a Japan train game which focuses on the Hakone region, which is probably one of the biggest tourist areas in Japan. It's one of those traditional Japanese game sims where you that's going to stop too quickly, isn't it? Which is where you're running over video. Now it'll do. Full service now will be fine. Is this why I say it's not a simulator? How many tons is this train? Let's have a look. It is 2,395 tons, and I just stopped it in about 40 yards. Nah. Not a simulator. Didn't even let me put the brakes on. Alrighty. That will be it for today. We're back tonight with the Japan Hakone game. Let me get you the name of the game, actually, if you're interested and you wanted to have a look. It isn't by Mango Party. It's called Japanese Rail Sim Hakone, Town of Beauty and Hot Springs. There you go.
Okay.
And it is a link to it. So that will be from tonight at 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and Monday night at 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. It will be in CTS 26 with the Tatra KT4D. And on Wednesday night, we'll be running Rena's Undercover Train Operation.
Yeah, no problem. Here we go. Yes.
Which has a little bit of similarity to the other one, but is not overt about it. There you go. It's this one. But it's a little bit of a grindy game, but it's not too bad, and I think it changes fairly close to where I'm at, so it changes into a different kind of game. And if it changes too much, censorship. Anyway, enjoy yourselves, have fun. It's been a pleasure chatting with you all and showing off the GP60M. It is quite drivable. It certainly has a big list of faults to it, but it's not like the 90. It's quite usable. Alrighty, enjoy, and we shall see you tonight, hopefully. Have fun, folks, and there's some random pussy for you, and we shall see you later. Bye now.